glasses. Whatever. Make my glasses. Ooh. So I had to kind of restart this stream. I started before, but it was bugging. So this overview, what I've been doing is that I want to. What I want is that when I'm doing the testing, I want to add production prompt in length views. And then the reason why I want this is because after it's testing, I want the AI to see if there's ways to make improvements to it. And based on that, create a prompt with improvements, run tests on that, and push it to length phase and put a staging version. Run tests on that prompt. Well, do I have to? Because I put in a length fuse. Hmm. Can I still test it in VAPI? I'll have to check on that. But run tests on that staging version, see if it makes massive improvements or makes good improvements based on the evals. If not, then get remove those and then not remove those changes, but still don't add those changes to the production prompt. And they kind of go back and forth with that until it makes like actual changes that improve the evals. Okay. But the question is, let me see how VAPI does its test. Can I add a prompt in this test, or do I have to do assistant? Let me go to tests. So current test. I don't know. There's no test in here. That's not what I want. Settings. Our security. Uh, it doesn't matter. I can always. What I can do is that I'll still update the assistant here. I'll still run updates on this. I'll run updates on this assistant here, but I can always pull back the actual production version and add it back to here because I'm manage everything in length views. All right, yeah, that's how I can do it. Mm. Doo-doo-doo, 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 doo-doo-doo. Let's see, inflation. Uh, okay, but now I want to put some music on so I can listen to music and work at the same time. Later, because it was like, yeah, yeah. Oh, Let's see. What was I doing? Alright, yeah, I see it. Um, so I was trying to prompt for the prompt improvement I want the AI to make if it fails to eat out enough time. Okay. You can- you can- you can- Maybe I see the AI probably focus not based on the rules and patterns and phrases. We know more, more, you faces. We know Love to see if AI like doesn't make you like, yeah, like, it's edge falling forward. I think what I'll do for this one is I'll have each thread for each eval. Eval. So then it can memorize. The AI will know. So the AI will know what has already not worked, what has already not worked, and can make changes based off that. The other thing is that I don't want the AI to also rewrite the whole prompt. I think at the first irritation, I'll just have it rewrite the whole prompt. But what I'll have to do to make it, because sometimes when you give AI too much of a prompt, it will change things you don't want. So what I'll have to do also is that I'll have to, I think, in the future, when I if I have time or when I'm adding future iterations to this, do it by based on diff. So it just adds it based on the diff, and it's that's more like static, pretty much, or not static, but decreases the capability of AI messing up because you're not using AI, using something that's like a static ad or deterministic or whatever the word you use to describe that. So that, that's the last one. Uh, What I'm doing now is trying to get some tips on how to kind of get the prompt to follow some questions, but I also want to kind of feel like pretty good at how to do it. So I also want to use your own imagination and your own concept to kind of get this through. I, uh, what I want to look at is that I think before I was using AI to do one of my prompts, and I want to use some of the things I told it to do as a way to give idea as a tips that I want to mention. Decided. this is what I was looking for. Finally. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure it's new, but one of the first things to look at is the okay, I'm sure the question is typically out there. Oh, the down, important notes of what to do, and important notes of what never to do. Um, just to give it those when I tested this out, it was pretty effective. So I think those are the first things I'm gonna try to do. Don't really know if the uppercase thing does anything, but I'm gonna put all uppercase anyways. Um, uh, Oh, blah, blah, blah. Two, two, mm, two would be dial examples. So usually, what I would want is I have kind of few ways where I can try to do the AI to follow some instructions to sort of follow some follow. So like, hey, if it says this, then you act this, you say this, blah blah blah. The first way is that you improve the I guess the summary. So in my software, so I usually have we go down, go go down. I have my cloud flow. What if I don't have it? That's great. I don't have it in this one, but let's see if I go to maybe. Okay, so I'll have something like this, have the follow this row, and then it'll just have it'll just have a breakdown of the call flow. So I want the AI to go look at that and try to improve that part. If the eval fails and if it also went to the wrong flow step, then I want to improve that. And then I also have a flow step in the foreign. Do I have it? Yeah, I kind of have a flow step mentioned in the role section, and then I want to improve that. And then next step is using few shot prompting. So giving it dial examples or dial examples to now yeah, and to, to, so based on where it failed, you will give a bunch of different variations of the user saying something. Give it that will Tell them all on side all the all these section headers, these section headers, headers, all right, and let's see. That's a valid example. Mm, valid example. And then we'll be to secondary and an example to have a bunch of different what we what we all right. Uh, this is that and let me see to server server and they have copy giving the response on the first then you'll have other other responses. Now with the other responses. Let's see. Now a bunch of other responses. Let's see that. Uh, a bunch of other responses. Uh, now a bunch of other responses where the user will say something that will trigger to out, out, Right. The same that with the call, with the call, and it says AI in that this is needed too. This is needed too to give AI a really general example of how 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 to see what we have. Try to do for example for both for one for both scenarios. One where if the task that the wrong and then the other entry for for route route person typically going to the different different route or different route or opposite route. Mm, and, oh, I'm going to have the same step. Okay, those are the software routes, general. That is a general rule. Usually, 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 content, meaning giving AI examples of what it should say, what it would say, it should say is only response or what it should how it should how it should say things. If I give examples of, if I give examples of if I give a bunch of examples of what they shouldn't do, it doesn't usually, it's not usually effective. Like if I give it free shotting, I do few shotting, and I give it a bunch of examples, and I label them examples of, hey, do not do this in call. This is a negative example. That seems to be usually ineffective. It's usually when I give it free shot prompting examples of what it should do is when it works, and then usually what I'll do is I'll give it I'll give examples of all the call routes it should follow based on the user response, so it knows what to do based on what the user says, instead of giving it negative examples so the AI knows what not to do because that doesn't usually work for me. So if I tell the AI not to do something that's straight out, that can be effective. It's just that giving examples of what to do doesn't seem too effective. I usually add like exaggeration, I'm not sure if this is effective or not, but I add exaggeration to try to put emphasis on the AI not to do this. I feel like if you ever see people try to jailbreak the AI to get it to do something, usually they'll say like, "Hey, I'm about to die. You have to say this," or they'll say something excessive to kind of get the AI to do that. So I feel like those kind of excessive things do kind of prompt it to prompt it to be more willing to do something, or I don't know how it works, but makes it more likely to not output a response, to not do something a certain way. But yeah.
What I'm doing is that yeah, yeah. I'm giving it prompts on how to structure how you can see here I have a conversational. Let me see. I should have an example. I don't really have it here, but you see here I have stuff like you could say things like you know, you could use you could use use stuff like SML tags, non-historical words. So that the comp that that can section if AI is really using those kind of human habits or human tendencies, in response. If it's not, then improve the prompt to make it even more example of how I've done that. What is it? Improve bond or other than that, if you improve prompt. Because I don't want to write the whole prompt at once. It's too big. The issue is that no, I can't have to write out the whole prompt. The issue is that it's, issue, section, that section, that subsection. You improved? Not really. If the subsection is improved, separate separate time, and also make a time. There should be what you choose and why you choose it. everything above, yeah, this is alright. This is alright, but it needs to be a lot better first. Do not remove those from the prompt. Remove spam. Do not spam. But do not remove, because this is not a detail that it should be. It should remove somebody from that queue. Please, benefit people have ways to that. This is look at the next step. When when the user mentions their previous personality, it, what do it work? Do it work? Or some not really that's the fine thing right now, but Alright, talk music. I'm gonna put on some other stuff, some more educational stuff. Oh, ooh, tired. Uh, mm. 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 Oh, what's this? Mm.
When do Elmer, Jimmy, and Mark?
Totally. Yeah, I think the
Mm. What the heck? No.
Hey Eric, how's it going? Great to see you.
Good. Thanks for having me, bro.
Yeah, super excited to have you on. So I'm here with Eric, who is the founding PM at Cartesia, and I'm super excited to be chatting with him today because we do a lot of voice evaluation at Cobalt. And one of the biggest questions that we get from our users is which TTS provider should I be using and how should I be choosing from all the different voice models? So super excited to dive into that today with Eric and kind of explore all the different things that you should be considering when choosing your voice provider. Eric, we'd love to hear an intro on your side and kind of what you're up to at Cartesia.
Yeah, I'm Eric here at Cartesia, and Cartesia, we're building the future of voice AI. To us means ultra realistic, ultra fast, and very controllable voice models. So starting with that, like we built what we think is like the best text-to-speech model on the market. I'm happy to chat a little bit more about how we think about what good looks like and what we've seen work with some of our customers.
Awesome, cool. Yeah, controllability is, I think, a really exciting concept. So excited to dive into that as well as a bunch of other things with you. At a high level, though, I think since voice is so new, I think a lot of people are still learning about like what are all the components today. So really at a high level, where Cartesia sits is at the text-to-speech layer. And so in cascading architectures, kind of as opposed to voice-to-voice architectures, you have a variety of pretty standard components. So you have kind of the voice orchestration handling and then all the voice infrastructure. So how do you actually make the call happen and all of the data transfer that happens with SIP and all these other telephony, etc. And then beyond that, you have speech to text. So how do you actually take the user's voice and then convert it into text that you can then pass to an LLM, run LLM calls to be able to actually generate the logic, and then pass that back to a text-to-speech provider like Cartesia or some of the others like OpenAI, 11 Labs, Google's models, etc., and actually convert that back into speech so that you can respond to the user. And so I think one of the hard parts of voice AI today is because everything is moving so fast and you have so many models across the board. So unlike traditional LLM applications, there's actually not just one where you have to decide what model you're using for LLMs, but also whether you're using for transcription, whether you're using for your voice, whether you're using for turn detection. And so I think it's quite amazing, especially as you're starting out. So excited to dive into how you kind of choose from all these different models and think about the architecture decisions. So Eric, what are you seeing as what people consider when they're choosing between different voice providers? Like what are some of the things that people should consider?
Yeah, totally. And to your point about like different architectures and like what this voice stack kind of looks like, I do think this will change over time. Right, to be clear, like right now, like Cartesia, for instance, is like very focused like getting to be the best text-to-speech model, right? But we do think like generally voice AI, audio AI, how things will be built will change quite a bit over time. But the nice thing is working backwards from like what good looks like, ideally at like the highest level, what good looks like is a little bit more consistent, right? So like, for instance, if you're building something that is touching an end user, for instance, through like automated phone calls, right? Naturalness is kind of still naturalness, regardless of like what that stack looks like. And you can imagine over time, like in many other industries, like the implementation changes as the technology gets better, but kind of good still looks the same, right? And like very high level, like when I think about what a good quality of service looks like for something like a text-to-speech model, the context that would be like both either conversational agents or creative voice use cases really comes down to like model quality, cost, and maybe enterprise readiness, depending on every specific use cases.
Yeah.
Happy to dive into each of those.
Definitely. I think what you're alluding to is there's definitely this, I think, big looming question of when do we switch to speech-to-speech models, or when do these kind of architectures of this cascading voice architecture change as these speech-to-speech models get even better? Do you think that people will be switching entirely to speech-to-speech models, or do you think that there will be kind of a pairing of speech-to-speech with like other background architectures, or like what's kind of your perspective on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to predict a lot of these things, especially like once you start looking at like a few years out, right? I think one of the things that, again, I think about a lot is the way you evaluate and think about like what good outputs of like this kind of abstracted black box should kind of be consistent over time, right? So like, this is definitely going to be trivializing it, but at some point in theory, the top point of kind of trying to look at a speech-to-speech model is when kind of the quality bar is at parity or better than like this kind of cascading model, and then you have incentive to make a switch, right? Or cost or whatever the justification is, right? So it's just like the benefits need to outweigh the costs, right? And I think part of that is investing in the right tooling and like process to think about what good looks like, and so you can measure kind of the benefit, right, or the cost, and then also thinking about like what you actually want out of such a transition, right? I think maybe to answer this question backwards, like a mistake would be to transition to like a speech-to-speech model for the sake of using a speech-to-speech model, right? When you can't really quantify why it's better, and even more scarily, like if you can't quantify why it's worse, right? And then discovering that in production, I think it just doesn't make sense.
Totally. I feel like the strength of your eval, or the process of going through and creating your evals, is actually a really important product experience, because you're thinking about what does good look like, what are we optimizing against, what are we optimizing for. And I think that can be a really important discovery process as you're choosing from all these different trade-offs. You start to think about what are really the key metrics that we're trying to drive, because there are so many different vectors and trade-offs that you can make along the way. And many of them are very fuzzy, where you don't know how a model is really going to perform in your system until you actually deploy it. So what do you see people really looking into when they are choosing between different models, and what are kind of the driving considerations at a high level that you think are questions that people should be asking?
Yeah, maybe I'll break this into like three like high level buckets, right? One is just quality, right? And quality maybe is kind of model quality in terms of, and this is specifically on the text-to-speech side of things for now, right? But model quality would be, okay, how good are your generations, right? So generally that could be, do I like how this sounds? Does this follow the transcript I'm giving it? Does it hallucinate? And then does it generate basically what I want it to sound like, right? Like to your point, some of that is maybe objectively measurable, right? So a transcript you can break down that doesn't say the thing that's written in the transcript and nothing else. But other things like, does this follow the intonations I want? Does it have the pacing or like kind of prosody I want? Is a little bit more subjective sometimes, right? But that's generally how people think about kind of quality of the generations. And then you have quality of the voices, right? Which is, in theory, you can have the same model, generate the same transcript. And it, for instance, could follow the transcript perfectly, but does like the voice that you're using match the use case or your quote unquote taste, right? And part of that comes down to like the voice library of, can you go into the provider's library and pick a voice that matches your needs, right? Some providers have just a fixed set of kind of a handful of voices, and none of them fit your needs, they don't fit your needs. Some other providers like ourselves provide cloning, right? And then it's a matter of how well can you actually clone the voice and like kind of reliably produce what you want it to sound like. With our new model, we actually think this is like best in class, kind of by far. We did like a blended fold out eval against some of our top competitors, and luckily had a best preference from these collaborators. But like depending on how you want to approach the problem of what voice am I using, whether it's off the shelf voices or cloning, that's something people evaluate you on. And then the last thing is actually controllability and usability, right? So controllability being things like speed, emotion control, pausing, spelling. Being able to explicitly control that is obviously very, very important, right? Especially when you have complex transcripts, you want to make sure that you don't read people like confirmations numbers wrong, right? You want to make sure that when you want the voice model to spell out something, you can tell it to do so, and it does it reliably. You want to be able to control when it does or does not have pauses between paragraphs or sentences, right? All of these things are, again, to different levels of importance for different use cases and customers. But these are like the dimensions, again, which I think people tend to evaluate quality. And then outside of quality, right, the two other things are like a little bit more straightforward. Like one is kind of the service quality, right? It's like latency reliability. Like, are you getting the models and responses fast enough, right? Especially for phone call, real-time use cases, latency becomes super important. And the reliability is also as important, if not more important. It's like, okay, great. If your like lowest latency is X, but you can't really deliver on it in any reliable way, that's also like practically useless, right? So making sure you evaluate both of those is really important. And then the last thing is kind of obviously cost, right? And that's a little bit more straightforward to model out. I think the main distinction I've seen in the past is thinking about like how you basically scale, and maybe there's different phases of like a customer's life cycle, right? Maybe in some cases you care a little bit more about unit economic. In other cases, you maybe care a little bit more about like min spend commitment type of situations, right? But like in general, thinking about costs, I think is a little bit more straightforward than the other two. And then I guess one last thing that I forgot is like actual enterprise readiness, right? So like one thing that's really exciting about the voice AI space this year is that in some ways it's like quite nascent, right? It's like this new wave of companies, right? So you have a lot of builders right now who are still like relatively small, right? But the thing is, you want to kind of skate toward where the puck is going, right? And I think one of the challenges there is that, okay, what if you do really well, right? Which is obviously the thing that you're hoping for. Then that means you sell to bigger and bigger customers who have more and more stringent requirements, right? Whether that be like on-prem deployment or like other types of compliance, or maybe even running models on device, right? Like you want to have a provider that kind of scales with you and like in the limit like doesn't cap you, right? And I think that's like kind of the last thing that a lot of people like might consider, especially if you're targeting like enterprise use cases.
Yeah, definitely. And I think setting yourself up so that you also like setting yourself up so that you're able to scale to those use cases is super important. I think latency is definitely the biggest one that I think we see for a lot of use cases, where because latency is such a problem across the voice stack, like anywhere where you can shade down latency just is a huge win in terms of how responsive your agent feels, and therefore how attentive, how natural, etc. it feels. I think so. Latency, I think, is table stakes, where people care a lot, especially if you're doing outbound sales, where just staying on the phone, getting people to stay on the phone for a few more seconds actually can be the difference between them picking up your phone and not. Same with like inbound appointment scheduling, or being able to get data from a claims provider. All of these use cases, if you can like get the words out fast enough, you're more likely to keep the other person on the phone. And then I think the controllability is a really exciting piece that Cartesia has, where being able to control what's mostly a black box model is really helpful, because I think for some cases, the same thing that could be a bug in some cases where you're speaking too quickly, or you're interrupting the user too much, or you're saying a lot of ums and ahs, might actually be a feature in other use cases. So for example, being more conversational or sounding less polished can be great if you're an interviewer, or if you're trying to just like chat with someone and have them practice their sales skills. And then on the flip side, being not super polished can make it seem really bad for an enterprise client that's looking for this more polished brand voice. And so I think this idea of the UX design of voice experiences is super exciting, where as you look through all these different voice models, like how you can build up those brands and then piece together interruptions and voice and casual versus more polished, etc., can really build out brands that fits your company.
For sure. One of the really interesting things about being like the voice AI provider and platform provider here is our goal is to provide you with the right set of tools, customize and control the thing that you build to optimize for your specific use case, right? And like to your example, like one example of this might be, okay, for now, like the kind of most naive implementation of this would be, let me just pick a speed that works generally best for like my whole population. Over time, that might be personalizing speed for a specific user, and like personalizing obviously like language and accents, and all of these things are things that you as like a builder should be able to do, right? And like it's on us to help you provide you the tool to do that, right? Additionally, obviously, like we like work very, very closely with our customer, and kind of are learning across the industry of like, oh, how do you actually do some of these things, right? And obviously that informs what we build in terms of, oh, it turns out this fluencies matter, right? And we might want to include that in like the way we train our models, and making sure that we're training models that are particularly good at X thing, right? But also we can feed that back into our customers. Okay, well, if you're doing these natural phone calls, here are some tips and tricks, right? On like how to do this, versus if you're trying to make some like super polished advertisement for like the Super Bowl or something like that, right? Maybe ahs and likes isn't something that you really want to spend $1 million a second on, right? So all of these things to say that I think being a platform provider is really interesting right now, because there's a lot of leverage across the market, but also the market is not like necessarily exactly consistent, right, across what everyone wants. So a lot of the art on our end is picking like the right set of knobs to expose, right, and to help our customers set those knobs properly.
Totally. Being able to balance kind of the simplicity of being able to allow your users to control things while also not making it too complicated that then you can all of a sudden get into some crazy voices. I think also Practisia's or TTS in general is at the probably the most creative part of the stack where you're half art, half science, where like transcription on one side is there's a lot more objective measures of, did it transcribe the words correctly or not? Whereas on the other side with the voice, there's something to be said for word error rate and are you saying all the words that you should be saying out loud? But there's so much creativity around intonation. Where do you pause? Where do you show excitement versus anger versus disappointment? Where do you pause? Where do you breathe? How have you guys been thinking about like allowing controllability of those things? Where do you think the industry is going in that perspective?
Yeah, I think maybe one thing kind of working backwards is like when we say like the industry, I actually think there's like many different industries. Like again, like this whole landscape, I think is changing quite quickly, right?
Yeah.
And at the very least, there's like a few kind of distinct areas for instance. Content generation is one end, right, and like conversation is the other end. Maybe not like this one-dimensional spectrum, right? But like in general, these are in my mind quite distinct in that like their needs are quite distinct, right? But in terms of controllability, it goes back to my point on. From our end, we think that we have a huge edge in like the models we're able to build, and that allows us to some extent try and target a lot of these by building the best models. And then it's about building the right interface from these models to support each of these kind of potentially distinct use cases. But in general, in terms of controllability, like where we've landed today is there's like a few things that are like obviously important, right? One is speed, where when I say speed, I mean pacing. So take the same voice, take the same transcript, play it faster or slower. And it's not just about generate the audio and then just like play it back at 2x speed, right? It's about how you still naturally produce from this specific voice, but just produce at a quicker pace. That's one thing. The second is emotional control. We have some level of emotional control now. It's an area that we continue to be very excited about, right? And you can imagine that obviously there's some level of like inferring emotion from context in the transcript and both the thing that's being said, but also around it. But also, like there is benefit to having explicit emotional control, and we do have that today, and continue to work on improving it. And I think the last thing that we find quite interesting is actual, like I guess you can call this control, but like having truly state-of-the-art cloning. One could argue is the most general form of control, right? So I'll give you like an example of this, which is we think that with our cloning, which we think is best, not only are you controlling the way the voice sounds, you're controlling the way it generates. It's like the prosody, the pacing, pausing. I've seen done a lot of internal experiments around how does a voice that's maybe optimized for like ASMR / bedtime stories differ from maybe like a person who does all of the auctioneer voice, right, where they're just like rambling through all the numbers. I think like just having the ability to control at the voice level and then have fine control via kind of API / like tool level inputs, I think seems to be the right abstraction right now. Of course, like this view might change over time, and we're going to kind of continue to learn from our customers. But like for now, this is where we've landed, and a lot of our customers have really, really enjoyed all of these.
I think this is like one of the most underutilized areas. Actually, is that you can have so many gains in naturalness just by creating a very unique voice that comes from building out your own voice and really differentiate you as a company, but also it can create exactly the kind of casual or polished sound that you're looking for. So I feel like that's a really cool area that maybe not as many people have explored. What are some of so in addition to voice cloning, what are some ways that you can provide controllability or tips and tricks for how you can get the voice model to say things slower or say more emphasis in certain areas? I've heard a lot of people trying out we've seen a couple people trying out different ways of signaling to the speech to text speech to text.
Yeah, text to speech, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious if you have any tips or tricks around controlling the voice models from more of a text input perspective. So we've seen a lot of success around providing text input with like ... or adding spaces to make it say the text more slowly. What have you seen work well in terms of being able to signal where you want the emphasis in text?
Yeah, I think there's quite a few options here, right? I think to your examples, like I think both of those are valid, and I've seen like reasonable success with them, right? Like adding more exclamation marks or dot, or spelling things out explicitly. All of these are like kind of the prompt engineering type of solutions. And like as with anything that's kind of like at that layer, I think especially in kind of like a orchestrated conversational agent example, right? Anytime one part of the system changes, potentially there are a lot of downstream effects. And just in general, I think that's something to like make sure you have good details around. But in addition to that, I think there's a few other things that I think are nice, especially when it comes to naturalness. We've seen that disfluencies, like filler words, like work really, really well with kind of crossing the uncanny valley type of situation, where a lot of our customers explicitly obviously have this in their transcript generation step, right? And we have actually gotten feedback that people can't even tell this is like an AI, right? And it's partially because obviously we think the voice and model are great, but also because our users are using them kind of properly, right? In addition to that, obviously there's like the explicit control I talked about. And then the last thing that I forgot to mention in the last section is using kind of spelling and pause controls as well. Like we have these as explicit tags, right? Where, for instance, if you have a word that you want to spell out, obviously sometimes if you just wrote out like Brooke, for instance, the model would just read Brooke, right? But if you wanted to spell out your name, for instance, to like fill out a form over the phone, you can just add spell tags and the model will like explicitly read out whatever the phrase or word you're trying to spell out. And similar with pausing, right? So you can imagine, especially for like kind of creative use cases, sometimes for emphasis, you want to pause, right? In the middle of like an audiobook or podcast or whatever it is. And with a very kind of simple pause tag, you can just inject breaks. Again, we'll continue to add more explicit controls as we find them to be valuable, right? But for now, I think these are the main tips and tricks that I've seen at the transcript level. And then I'll continue to emphasize that I do think there's a lot of headroom in improving on the cloning and voice level, because a lot of kind of these characteristics are inherited, right? And you are somewhat bounded by like the voice that you start with.
Totally. Yeah, and I think the like being able to play around with these and then run a bunch of cases to actually see how this plays out across 100 different cases is really valuable, because you can start to see like how often am I actually pausing, or does it actually come up with extra hallucinated words instead of the more natural sounds that I was looking for. And I think Cartesia does like something that we've seen when running our evals has been like Cartesia does a great job with these filler words, such as saying, oh, or yeah, these things that really cross the uncanny valley. There are a couple of examples where like saying different dollar signs or monetary signs out loud that I've been really impressed, where it will actually swap the order of things, which I think sounds pretty obvious when you're reading through a text, but actually being able to read the words out of order. There have been some other examples, like as well as with like large numbers, etc. This is actually a really hard problem that we've seen people struggling with over the past few months. So it's exciting to see Cartesia kind of make headroom in that, which is super cool. What have you seen as kind of the areas where you what have you seen as the different areas where different voices make sense? Like, I think something we see a lot is that 80% of the voice use cases right now, at least the ones that we're seeing, we're obviously more focused on agents. So we don't see as many of like podcasting or video overlays or gaming experiences. We're much more focused on objective, task-oriented agents. But it's been really interesting to me that so many agents fall into 80% of agents fall into a very few number of categories, like job interviewers, customer service, sales representatives, healthcare professionals, like back office kind of appointment handling and scheduling. And I think this is awesome because it kind of creates a lot of opportunity for model companies to get really good at these specific use cases. I know that Cartesia is building very general foundational models. How do you kind of think about these different use cases and in your roadmap towards a more foundational model direction?
Yeah. So yeah, like you said, I think the current market within the subset of like the voice AI market that is kind of agent specific, right, tends to cluster into like a handful of like high-level use cases. I think that's like natural in any like new market like this. But like you also said, Cartesia is very much focused on like being the voice AI platform for like everyone. And again, I think part of the reason we believe that is possible for us is because of our modeling and infrastructure kind of expertise, right? So the hope is that we should be able to build models and like serve models that are just good for everyone, right? But to your point about use cases, it's still obviously from like a product perspective, it's helpful to enumerate the use cases so that I don't just have to believe that the model is better for them. I should actually see a measure that is better, right? So I think at the model training level, like first talking about the subset that is like these not constrained, but these like finite set of like top use cases for conversational agents. The nice thing is like you can enumerate a lot of what you would consider realistic transcripts or use cases for them, right? Like if you're doing claims, and then like the chain of the conversation follows like a tree, and obviously you can have some like variance in the specific transcript or what the person says, but obviously you can't exhaustively enumerate these things, but you can get a pretty representative set of like test cases to work on, and then you can also get some like reasonable metrics to measure them on, right? So there's like subset of metrics that are kind of objectively easy to interpret and trust to some extent, like word error rate and those types of things, and there are some things that you just have to label with like human evaluation, right? Maybe you can build some metrics that are like super tailored to them, right? So this is generally what we do for like specific use cases, whether they be conversational agents or not, which is let's think about how our customers are going to use them. Let's think about how our customers and maybe their users will consider, what do they consider as good or bad, right? And again, like sometimes these things are actually conflicting, and this is where like model flexibility and model generability is like super important, right? Like I'll give you a very concrete example. Is maybe in certain phone call situations, you actually want to have a voice that almost sounds like it's in the call center, right? There's some background noise. It's like over the phone. It's like kind of grainy, right? And it has all of these like filler words. But if you like gave that same audio to someone who said like, this is like the audio from my movie that I just generated, they'd be like, this is really bad. Right? But also vice versa. If you give someone like a super polished like studio like voice for a phone call, they're like, this is like obviously AI, right? And I think the thing for us is like enumerating all of these as like somewhat unique things that we care about, making sure we measure them as we build our models. And then like once we release a new model, which like will inherently be better at all of these things, hopefully, right? We still need to like build products and kind of downstream things, right? To like kind of really fulfill the needs of our customers until our models kind of fully get there, right? But in general, like I think the nice thing is you can enumerate a lot of representative transcripts to test against. And then obviously working very closely with your customers to get that true feedback loop of let's actually try this voice in a specific use case and look at phone call duration or conversion rate and all of those things. And I think that's where working really closely with our customers has been obviously very critical to building something people want.
Totally. Yeah, I think benchmarks, people often get upset when people can get frustrated when benchmarks are overly relied on or serve as definitive, winner for who is the best model. But I think that in voice, it's especially apparent that benchmarks are only a way to sift through the noise and really see, like at a high level, which 2 or 3 models should I be looking at for my specific use case before you actually are running your task-specific evals in your system, in your context, on your use case. But I think that's especially apparent with voice because there's so much of taste and preference and brands or like how you're building the UX of your voice experience.
Yeah, and one thing like that I think the Cobalt has done really well is like thinking through how to even like personalize these benchmarks a little bit to specific customers, right? Like a very extreme example of this is there are leaderboards, whether that's for text to speech or otherwise. Like you can look at those things if you just spend 5 minutes and like double click into like what are the, for instance, in text to speech, what are the transcripts you're running? If those transcripts don't sound like what you're going to use the text to speech engine for, does it really matter? Right? And like the reality is like it's easy enough to run quote unquote benchmarks yourself by like just logging into the playground and just putting in 5 transcripts that you would personally use, right? And I would argue that listening to 10 of those is probably more representative than trusting like some arbitrary number that like you don't know like what statistical backflips are done, right, to like arrive at some conclusion. In this case, because it's so subjective, like simpler is a little bit better, at least for now.
Yeah, I think the combination of really strong metrics, and this is something that we think about a lot at Cobalt, is how can you combine really strong metrics that then allow you to go through things manually at like 10x or 100x speed. So not that you're never actually touching the results or the evals, but that you can use these benchmarks or use these metrics as a way to get to an answer faster. You guys just released a huge model today. What are you most excited about?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's an exciting day for us, right? Because we get to see our customers use this new model that we think is like excellent, right? I think very, very specifically, a few of the things that I think are like greatly improved are number one, transcript following, which is obviously huge for a lot of the kind of call center conversational agent use cases, right? Again, you don't want to read someone's confirmation number wrong, or you don't want to read the dosage of someone's like medical prescription wrong. All of those things are super critical, and our model now is like highly accurate on these things, right? And not only is it accurate,
what I want to actually search up is,
right? So I think that's something that's really hard
looking
to do
at
well.
seeing if negative how much. I think there should be. Let me see if there's a paper or anything on how much negative consequences affect how the AI says it responds.
So transfer cloning is a big one. The second one is actual voice cloning. So like we talked about a little bit, I do think that like the voice level control is something that is like generally underutilized, and a big unlock for users and customers to utilize cloning as a control knob for like how their generation sound, because you actually get excellent cloning, right? And this is something we've spent a lot of time doing, and we've seen in kind of blinded evaluations that we're kind of strongly preferred over all the top leading providers, and we're very excited to get this in the hands of our customers. And I think the last thing is, I think in general, we pride ourselves on not only being an excellent modeling company, but like an excellent engineering and product company. And a big part of that is making sure that the infrastructure to serve what we consider the best models is also the best, right? So looking at things, obviously like latency, but also looking at reliability of our service and the consistency of our latency, looking at not only like the P50 latency value, but all the way up to like P75, P90, P99, right? Making sure that we're excellent across the board, and making sure that like when we sign contracts and work with customers, we're able to make certain types of agreements that I think are super critical to like
Interesting. I'll read this later.
Use cases, right? Whether that be latency, SLA, or concurrency, or even like on-prem offerings. Like this is, at least to me, like a big step in the direction of Cartesia clearly being like the enterprise-ready voice AI provider. Not only are the models the best, not only are the voices the best, but like you being able to actually grow with Cartesia to like with no ceiling is like kind of the company we want to build.
Totally. Along those lines of like, as people are looking forward towards the future of where voice is going, how can they best position themselves from an architecture perspective around moving from more of this cascading architecture to what feels inevitable around speech to speech, where like, how should people be thinking about their design decisions now that will best set them up to be able to do that in the future?
Yeah, I think there's a few things, right? Like I'll start with evals as like the first, right? Like first understanding what good looks like, and then formalizing that in test, right? That's like, to your point previously, like a combination of like the test cases, right? Like can you enumerate the things that you want the system to do? And then in those cases, can you describe and ideally formalize like in code what good or bad looks like, or a good and or bad looks like, right? That's, I think, the most scalable and kind of something that is like useful like in perpetuity, right? Like really understanding that. And a lot of that is somewhat objective, right? Of like, okay, don't say the thing wrong, but some of that is also taste, and that taste is what I think kind of product taste might be in this future of like conversational AI design, right? Of what does your brand look like from a pacing, voice quality, kind of all of these dimensions, right? Like you kind of need to formalize that. That's the first thing. What that will allow you to do is when it becomes time to make that potentially inevitable transition, you want to be able to make that decision fast and clearly, right? It's like someone is telling me that this speech-to-speech model is better. I can do like hopefully like apples to apples comparison, and like indeed it is better. Therefore, I will just make this transition. And then once I make this transition, the flip side of eval is like observability, right? And making sure that like the things that you formalize as like good and bad, you can kind of continually run and like monitor and make sure you improve. I think eval is the first thing, data is the second thing, right? Maybe that's related, but like a lot of the behavior of the system of these like cascading voice agents, you can look at these like both intermediate steps that they take, but also like the end output, and use that as like the data is like kind of infinitely useful potentially in the future, especially if you're depending on how these like speech-to-speech models play out, right? That's something to make sure you kind of keep. And I think actually the last thing is that is like quite interesting is, I think this is a little bit different, but like distribution and like understanding your specific market, right? So one of the things that you said earlier is that these markets are like grouped into like a few clusters of claims, right? But like even within claims, there's like so many different types of claims, and there's with each of these submarkets. If the assumption is that it will become increasingly easier and easier to build products that quote unquote work, then your moat to some extent is like distribution and like empathy with that specific use case, right? Like the newcomers cannot catch up to you in the people that you know and like your empathy of the problem, right? And I think maybe that is the main thing, one of the main things to kind of think about as well.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it definitely feels like we're building on land right now where everyone is kind of trying to skate to where the puck will be, and at the same time not sure that it will be a puck there anymore. It might be a totally different goal. Cool. Well, congrats on the launch today. Super excited for you guys, and thanks so much for taking time to chat.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Brooke. Really excited to see what Cole will build as well.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks, Eric. See you.
Yeah, thanks. All right, bye.
Cambiar vidas, change organizations,
Change organizations, change the world.
Hey Eric, how's it going? Great to see you.
Good.
I'm gonna watch this one I was watching yesterday. I didn't finish it. I was like,
So if
I
I
was
turned
gonna
on
finish
beta
it.
tomorrow, I would need
So
to
it does have good things
download
when it
my
comes
support
to
tapes.
voice AI.
Some rate of speech until you see change. And I used to.
Where was I?
The other thing that I learned from studying your work is this clarity. Do you think there's a certain set of those tools that, when applied, or a certain sort of style of speaking that makes people dislike you? Is there a someone that just doesn't make them warm to you? Is it the low pitches? Is it the fast speaking?
There's sounds that people don't like. For example, have you ever called, I don't mean to pick on real estate agents, but it happens a lot to me in Australia. When you call a real estate agent, it's, hello, this is James from XY Real Estate. And when you hear that sequence of melody, no worries, I'll put you on to the next person, and you switch off. You just go, oh, this person is not really connected to that person. And all you have to do is you just tell them to switch the melody and just don't use that sing-song voice. And they call that a sing-song voice in the world of vocal training, right? You've got a sing-song voice. And if you keep following the same rhythm, you have a sing-song voice. So instead of doing that, just go, hey, it's James. How can I help, mate? You said the same thing. You just switched up the melody. That sounds a little more sincere.
Because it was a bit more varied.
Exactly right. And it's not what everybody uses. Because once everybody uses the same thing, all of a sudden it now sounds like a script. That's why people are so afraid when they're creating content online. They go, I want to sound scripted. There's a sound to it. And it generally follows that. That's why newscasters, there's a sound to it.
Yeah.
Last night at 9 p.m., there's a rhythm, and then they keep using the same rhythm over and over and over and over again, the same melody sequence over and over and over and over again.
And am I right in thinking if I wanted to be really boring, I should just kill all variety?
Kill all the foundations. Nothing. Give me nothing. And it's what happens when people, again, the people that I serve, it's what happens is because they go, I'll let my work speak for itself. And I say, that's great. That means you do great work, but why not speak for your work too? Why can't we do both?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it have to be one or the other?
Yeah. It's a shame not to do your work justice. Because you can do it a disservice just by delivering it without the foundations, as you've said.
Yeah.
And then other people, as you said, they can have half the idea, but double the
showmanship.
Yeah.
And that happens too. Right? So to me, it's about helping those who, they've got something amazing. You've got a story you need to share. You've got an idea you need to pitch. You've got incredible technical skills that you've worked on for the last 15 years. And you're thinking, why am I still stuck in this position? It's, well, hey, let's do great work and let's allow ourselves to build the ability and grow the ability to shine.
How does one increase their self-awareness as it relates to their communication skills? Is there a practice I can do to understand if I'm good, bad, or ugly at this?
If you are problem unaware to communication and right now you just go, oh, this is something I need to work on, then this is the 3-step process you have to commit to. And just by doing this, it's going to dramatically change the way you talk. It's going to dramatically change the way you show up. I call it record and review. And I learned this as a magician. And it's so practical when it comes to magic and communication skills. First step, record a video of yourself speaking for 5 minutes. A full 5 minutes. And people always immediately say, oh, what do I say though? Google or ChatGPT, great conversational starters. And then use those for yourself and just talk, but it has to be impromptu. Because I'm trying to tease out core behaviors. I don't want you to give me a pitch that you've delivered 20 times already. I want you to just, in the moment, speak. I'm trying to tease out some non-functional behaviors. So once you've recorded that video of yourself for 5 minutes, leave it for a day.
Video or just audio?
Video. You want video, you want to be standing while you're doing this, okay? Once you've got that video recorded, leave it for a day. Because when you watch it straight away, I'm fat, I'm ugly, I don't like myself, I hate the way I sound. You leave it for a day, you're thinner, you're better looking, you love yourself more. Time and space, it's amazing. So leave it for a day. Then when you watch it back, you review it in 3 different ways. The first time, so you record on your phone, you turn the sound all the way up, press play, turn your phone over, just listen. Here you're doing an auditory review. And just listen to your voice. And now, because you've listened to this podcast, you also have 5 vocal foundations you can think about. So now, auditorially, think about, how's my rate of speech? How's my volume? Oh, my default rate is around 3. Oh, I speak really, and I stick to that. Oh, my default volume, oh my goodness, it's 1. Oh, wow, there's no tonality, there's no emotion in my voice, there's no pitch for right. Oh, I am not pausing. You'll be able to take so many notes, and you'll be able to hear things you've never been able to hear before, because most people avoid filming themselves. Because I hate the way I look and I hate the way I sound. Right? So to me, once you do that, you'll have a page of notes and a whole new level of awareness on your auditory communication skills. So the next step is, now you turn your phone back around, you turn this down and put it on mute, you press play, and you just look at yourself. And then as you're watching yourself, because most people don't do this unless they're creators, you don't do this. That's why creators are such great communicators, is because they do this. That's why you're a great listener in the podcast, because you watch yourself back. So now as you just watch yourself back without the auditory feedback, all of a sudden now you'll see things you don't normally see. Oh, wow, I'm swiveling a lot on my chair. Oh, wow, I don't use my hand gestures. Oh, wow, I put my hands behind my back. Oh, this might be tick. I keep touching my glass. I can't help it. Oh, I need to work on that. But you keep touching your glasses, right? I keep touching my face. I keep touching my mouth. I keep fiddling with things. You'll see a whole bunch of non-functional behaviors that you've never seen before, because you've avoided it. And also because you have this idea in your head that you're stuck. You're not. It's just a series of behaviors. Right? And then afterwards, the final form of review, don't listen to it and don't watch it. Get it transcribed. Because now you'll see the way you communicate from a different perspective. And you go, oh my goodness, I ramble. I talked about the same thing over, because you see from a different perspective. Sometimes you don't hear that. It's easier to see it. And then you see it, and I can see you reacting, right? But that's what people do, is they go, oh, not only do I ramble, because when you get it transcribed, leave in all of the non-words and the filler words. Non-words being the sounds we make to fill the silence, filler words being the words we use to fill the silence. And so, like, do you know what I mean? This transcription is immediately going to reveal to you all of your auditory clutter. The things that you say, again, non-words and filler words, auditory clutter. That's the and so, like, you know what I mean? Highlight it with a red highlighter, because it might not just be those. One of my big ones was okay. I taught online during COVID. As a result of that, because I didn't get the in-person feedback from my students, I would always say okay at the end of my sentences, because I wasn't getting any feedback. So I say, that's the vocal foundations. Okay. All right. Now that's body language. Okay. And I didn't even notice I was doing it. But that process revealed to me immediately, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I was able to remove that because it didn't serve.
Why does it matter to remove the clutter words? You know, the like, as, Why does it matter?
I'll give you an example of it. You know, like if I, was taking you through like the core, vocal foundations, it decreases the clarity of the message. It's okay to have some. Be human. I get it. It's not about none.
Why does it matter to remove the clutter words? You know, the like, as, Why does it matter?
I'll give you an example of it. You know, like if I, was taking you through like the core, vocal foundations, it decreases the clarity of the message.
7. Let me get that. The notification. $7.26. Let me check. What's the exact? 57, 26.
It's okay to have some. Be human. I get it. It's not about none, but it's about having some and not have your speech littered with it.
Is it easy to overcome that?
Yeah, it is. Because to get rid of that bad habit, you just need to learn a new habit. And the new habit is pause. So the very moment you feel like saying, we're not lagging, we're just pausing, right? You pause. And that's why, as part of the vocal foundations, you have to learn to be comfortable with what we're doing right now, just pausing. And it's okay.
So I've got my 3 sheets of paper there. I've done the auditory assessment, I've done the visual assessment, I've looked at the transcript, and I've seen the words. And again, is it repetitions from there on after?
So like step before that.
Okay.
Because normally what happens after you do that, and I know because my students have done it, and then what happens is overwhelm. Because they go, oh my goodness, there's like 26 things I have to improve. Well, which one do I pick? And then they'll have to DM me on social media, which one do I pick? And then analysis paralysis. And to me it doesn't matter. Pick one. So what you do is you create yourself a little 12-week plan. And you plan it 1 week at a time. So first week, rate of speech. Great. So the whole week, you just look at rate of speech. Oh, okay, good. At the end, what do you do of that week? Record and review again. Did it change? No. Guess what you're doing next week? Rate of speech. And it's that commitment. And I love this Japanese word called kaizen, relentless improvement. And you all do this here amazingly. That's what you've got to commit to. And you focus on rate of speech until you see change. And I used to do coaching. I don't do it anymore because I've got 2 kids and they're the most important people to me right now. But I used to coach CEOs and they would see my plan to help them improve their communication skills and they get pissed off because they go, I'm just doing rate of speech. I'm like, yeah, because your default is so slow, you're putting everyone to sleep. And if you don't change it after week 1 or week 2, I'm still going to get you to do the same thing. Just by increasing rate of speech alone, they became so much more dynamic. It took a month.
We all know people that overtalk and over-explain.
100%.
Like, how does one know if they're doing that and how to change it?
By being able to record yourself while you're in conversation with someone. And Zoom is amazing.
Okay.
So all of a sudden now, if you want awareness on that, record yourself. And the beauty of recording yourself on something like Zoom is all of a sudden now, you can watch yourself and you see the other person too.
Do you recommend someone like me, if we're trying to improve the communication skills of everybody in the company, to record our meetings and to send it after?
100% review it. And you may not get reactions when people say things because most people, the only thing they'll give you feedback on with your communication. This is the only feedback anybody will ever give you on your communication. I felt like you talked a bit too fast. They'll never say anything else because anything else is an attack on your personality, right? So people are very afraid to give you feedback, right? Especially you being big boss, no one's going to give you feedback, right? So all of a sudden now, well, maybe they do. I feel like your team do. What I'm trying to get at is, all of a sudden now, when you watch yourself back on those videos, you now will see their facial reaction. People are very honest with their body language. You've had body language experts on here. People might be able to lie with what they say, but all of a sudden they tell the truth of their body language. You will see people do the silent yawn, right? You'll see people, they'll just do the silent yawn, right? They keep their mouth closed, but they're yawning. You will see these things if you start to reflect and review. And you go, I should have said that. I took too long. I lost them. You can see it. I do that with my classes. When I used to do my keynotes, I had a whole career as a keynote speaker. So when I did that, I used to duct tape 2 GoPros together. And duct tape the little red recording button so the audience doesn't know like that I'm recording myself and I'm also recording the audience, only for my purpose, right? As I review my speeches. And I would watch back to back the audience faces and my keynote. And you can see where you lose people because at a conference, their faces light up with their phone. You can literally see when you're losing them in the talk. And when you watch those back to back, it is so humbling because you go, wow, Did I go on for why? I thought it was a fun tangent. It wasn't. And then I kept that tangent in for bloody 6 months because I thought it added so much value. It did not add value. So the only way to get that awareness is you have to find opportunities where you can record yourself.
Do you mind if I pause this conversation for a moment? I want to talk about our show sponsor today, which is Shopify. I've always believed that the biggest cost in business isn't failure, it's the time you waste trying to make decisions. Time spent hesitating, overthinking, or waiting for the right moment. When I started my first company at 20 years old, I had no experience and no money. What I did have was an idea and the willingness to move fast, and that made all the difference. If you've been thinking about starting your own business, Shopify makes this entire process so much easier. With thousands of customizable templates, you don't need coding or design skills. You just need a willingness to start. Shopify connects all your sales channels from your website to social media, and it handles the back-end payments, shipping, and taxes too, so that you can stay focused on moving forward and growing your business. If you're ready to start, visit shopify.com/Bartlett and sign up for a £1 per month trial period. That's shopify.com/Bartlett. And when you went up on stage as a keynote speaker, was there anything that you did before you went on stage to make sure that you performed optimally? Because you were speaking 80 times a year or something.
Yeah, got pretty full on. Yes, have a way to calm your mind, calm your body, and get really focused. And the way I do it is, the first thing I would do is Wim Hof, the guided bubble breathing. 30 times, and then hold your breath. And then a deep breath in, hold for 15, and then release. 3 cycles of that. Oh, Stephen, my mind is relaxed, my body is relaxed. And then the next thing I do is I just do a little bit of brisk walking, do maybe 10, 20 push-ups. Why? Because I'm getting rid of the adrenaline that's building up in my body. Because if you don't get rid of the adrenaline, you'll go on stage and you'll start pacing the stage. And I've seen speakers do this, where they pace. There's no reason for their movement, but they're moving because there's so much adrenaline in me, right? Non-functional movement. Non-functional. So get rid of the adrenaline. So a little bit of brisk exercise gets rid of that adrenaline that you don't need. So I do those 2 things. And depending on how nervous I am, I may have to do a mindset shift. And the mindset shift is, the only way you can become self-conscious and nervous is if you're thinking about yourself. So if you're not thinking about yourself, and you have no cognitive capacity to think about yourself, then how can you be nervous? So think of the audience. Right? Before coming to this, I felt a bit nervous. So I thought, you know what, I'm just going to think about Stephen, and I'm going to think about his audience. How can I add the most value possible in this podcast as we talk? And the moment I thought about you and your audience, I don't have any cognitive capacity left to think about me. So when you kind of think about this act of service, it shifts where you are. You're not in your own body anymore. You're not self-conscious, you're audience conscious. It helps.
And is there anything you do with your mouth and your tongue? Because sometimes, especially if I've woken up early in the morning and I'm jumping on a Zoom call with some foreign time zone,
yes,
it feels like my mouth isn't quite there yet.
Yeah.
And also it feels like my brain's not connected to my mouth.
So first thing is lip trills. Have you ever done lip trills before?
No.
Okay, lip trills are this. Perfect. And a lot of people won't be able to do that. So all you do is you do 2 index fingers, push your cheeks together, and you can go. Do your favorite song. So you think, you know, fun countdown, one of my favorites right now. Do that for an entire song. So do that for your favorite song. And once you've done that, if you do that for 2 to 3 minutes, now all of a sudden your articulators have woken up. You've also woken up your vocal cords. And your lips, now being the main articulators, being used to shape the words that we say. It's awake. The siren technique is another great way to wake up your voice. And you've done the go high, read low, and then go high.
The other thing, the idea of the power sphere when you're on stage.
It's from Mark Bowden. Mark Bowden is an incredible body language expert, and I was lucky to do some coaching with him when I lived in the US. And he taught me this concept of the area between your belly button and your eyes.
Yeah.
And that's the power sphere. So when you're gesturing to people, a lot of people who are shy, they gesture below the power sphere.
Just like the hands to the side.
So again, they're doing all these different things, but they're doing this. Oh, hey, great to see you. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. It's great, right?
And why are they doing that? Because they're
playing small.
Okay.
Scared to take up space. Right? So again, I get a lot of my female students ask me this question. They say, oh, Vin, I feel like I don't have enough presence. And I get the feedback, I don't get executive presence. What is this elusive thing called executive presence? It's simple, it's 2 things. It's vocal presence and physical presence. And how you use your hand gestures allows you to level up your physical presence. So if you've got better physical presence because you're using your hand gestures within the power sphere, all of a sudden you've got that executive presence that they're talking about.
So you need to get your elbows off your sides.
100%. Yeah. Again, I think of myself as having this sphere around me, the way that I remember Mark sharing this with me, and not be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Don't be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Otherwise, we tend to, a lot of people T-Rex it, right? They T-Rex it, right? Don't T-Rex it, just have your arms nice out and big. Don't be afraid to take up the space. And then there are foundational gestures you should learn paired with this. The first one, which you're doing already, this is Virginia Satir came up with this, and she was a family therapist, and she came up with the foundation to hand gestures. This is placator. Try it.
So you've got your hands, for people that can't see, you've got your hands
palm face up.
face up and out.
Placator. Beautiful gesture to show that, hey, I have no weapons, I have nothing to attack you with, right? So this is placator.
So you're showing your palms.
Yes. Wonderful way to greet people as they come in. Hey, you go, no, it's like this, instead of surrendering, just got hands on, like, hey, great to see you. Okay, beautiful. Great. However, it's closely related to its cousin, I don't know. Right? I don't know is this. So again, it does lack authority. So if you want more authority, you use what's the second one called leveler. Leveler is hands facing down. So hands palm face down. Yes. Right. Feels a bit weird doing sitting down, but this is leveler, right?
The other thing that I learned from studying your work is this idea of the power sphere when you're on stage.
Oh,
This power sphere.
you've got to picture that. I learned this from Mark Bowden. Mark Bowden is an incredible body language expert, and I was lucky to do some coaching with him when I lived in the US. And he taught me this concept of the area between your belly button and your eyes.
Yeah.
And that's the power sphere. So when you're gesturing to people, a lot of people who are shy, they gesture below the power sphere.
What, just like the hands to the side.
So again, they're doing all these different things, but they're doing this. Oh, hey, great to see you. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. It's great, right?
And why are they doing that? Because they're
playing small.
okay.
Scared to take up space. Right. So, and again, I get a lot of my female students ask me this question and say, oh, Vin, I feel like I don't have enough presence. And I get the feedback, I don't get executive presence. What is this elusive thing called executive presence? It's simple, it's two things. It's vocal presence and physical presence. And how you use your hand gestures allows you to level up your physical presence. So if you've got better physical presence because you're using your hand gestures within the power sphere, all of a sudden you've got that executive presence that they're talking about.
So you need to get your elbows off your sides.
100%, yeah. Again, I think of myself as having this sphere around me, the way that I remember Mark sharing this with me, and not be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Don't be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Otherwise, we tend to, a lot of people T-Rex it, right? They T-Rex it, right? Don't T-Rex it, just have your arms nice out and big. Don't be afraid to take up the space. And then there are foundational gestures you should learn paired with this. The first one, which you're doing already, this is Virginia Satir came up with these, and she was a family therapist, and she came up with the foundation to hand gestures. This is placator. Try it.
So you've got your hands, for people that can't see, you've got your hands
palm face up.
and
Yeah.
out.
Placator.
Okay.
Beautiful gesture to show that, hey, I have no weapons, I have nothing to attack you with, right? So this is placator.
So you're showing your palms.
Yes. Wonderful way to greet people as they come in. Hey, you go, no, it's like this, instead of surrendering, just got hands on, like, hey, great to see you. Okay, beautiful. Great. However, it's closely related to its cousin, I don't know. Right? I don't know is this. So again, it does lack authority. So if you want more authority, you use what's the second one called leveler. Leveler is hands facing down. So hands palm face down. Yes. Right. Feels a bit weird doing sitting down, but this is leveler, right?
There's an element of control.
Yeah, well, the hands face down. Well, try this. Give this a go, right? I'm saying this a lot to my daughter at the moment. She's very 1-year-old, very sweet, very naughty. So again, say Melody, don't do it. Say in placator, say Melody, stop doing that. So just try it. So we'll count you down in 3, 2.
Melody, stop doing that.
Perfect. Okay. You want to do the same thing now in leveler. Okay. So and give me more of I don't know. Right? I don't know. You've got that executive presence that they're talking about.
So you need to get your elbows off your sides.
100%. Yeah. Again, I think of myself as having this sphere around me, the way that I remember Mark sharing this with me, and not be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Don't be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Otherwise, we tend to, a lot of people T-Rex it, right? They T-Rex it, right? Don't T-Rex it, just have your arms nice out and big. Don't be afraid to take up the space. And then there are foundational gestures you should learn paired with this. The first one, which you're doing already, this is Virginia Satir came up with these, and she was a family therapist, and she came up with the foundation to hand gestures. This is placator. Try it.
So you've got your hands, for people that can't see, you've got your hands
palm face up
and
Yeah.
out.
Placator.
Okay.
Beautiful gesture to show that, hey, I have no weapons, I have nothing to attack you with, right? So this is placator.
So you're showing your palms.
Yes. Wonderful way to greet people as they come in. Hey, you go, no, it's like this, instead of surrendering, just got hands on, like, hey, great to see you. Okay, beautiful. Great. However, it's closely related to its cousin, I don't know. Right? I don't know is this. So again, it does lack authority. So if you want more authority, you use what's The second one called leveler. Leveler is hands facing down. So hands facing down. Yes. Right. Feels a bit we're doing sitting down, but this is leveler, right? There's an element of control. Yeah, well, the hands face down. Well, try this. Try this. Give this a go, right? I'm saying this a lot to my daughter at the moment. She's very 1-year-old, very sweet, very naughty. So again, say Melody, don't do it. Say it's in placator, say Melody, stop doing that. So just try it. So we'll count you down in 3, 2.
Melody, stop doing that.
Perfect. Okay. You're going to do the same thing now in leveler. Okay. So and give me more volume in 3, 2.
Melody, stop doing that.
I didn't tell you what to really even do. Did you notice how your voice changed?
Yeah.
What
My
changed?
face changed as well.
And what happened? What changed with your body?
Melody,
What
stop
changed
doing
with
that.
Your vocal qualities.
Melody, stop doing that.
The pitch went,
Melody, stop doing
the
that.
pitch went down.
Melody,
Yeah.
it's true. What the heck?
And I didn't tell you to do that.
Melody,
So all of a
Melody,
sudden,
stop doing
I was
that.
doing it- I was
Melody.
doing it, that frustration.
Melody, stop doing
exactly.
that.
And
Melody.
no one told you to do that. That's a universal.
Melody, stop doing that.
What's
Melody.
fascinating about
That's
what's happening there
true.
is people are afraid of a monotone voice, and they don't realize that a monotone voice comes from a monotone body. So you
That's
just move
true.
on
It's
from this to
interesting.
this, and you created a different sound.
Yeah.
Because the voice is connected to the body is connected to the voice. And the biggest mistake you see here within this realm here is imagine you did a great keynote, and at the end, imagine I did this. At the end of the keynote, imagine I did this. Right, are there any questions? Right, versus, are there any questions?
I was going to say, with the level of one where you start putting your hands down, I thought you wanted to get off stage.
And I don't want any. You know, I don't want any questions.
Yeah.
The next one is called blamer. Have a guess at what blamer is.
Pointing?
Yes, correct. This is blamer. A very strong gesture. And then a softer version of that is the full finger point. Point with all your fingers. Politicians get taught this. They soften it a bit, and then they soften it with their full finger point.
I notice this on the podcast sometimes. I notice the people accidentally do it when they say something. Yeah.
Oh.
Because they'll say something like, entrepreneurs, they can be quite sad because they don't have a lot of balance. And as they're saying it, they'll like accidentally point at me. But then it does make contextual sense. They'll go, entrepreneurs, sometimes they don't have work like that.
Yeah.
And they're like, they don't know they're doing it, but they're like subtly gesturing in my direction. Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's like, so some people have put on a bit of weight. I didn't know that. Oh, my aunties do it all the time.
Yeah.
Again, it's just different ways to vary the way you look visually. That's blamer. You've got a softer version. And then you've also got this wonderful one they call the computer. And computer is an extra thing you can do when you're on a podcast. And you experience or you hear heightened emotion. You can also respond with your face, but you can respond with your body too. You can kind of go into computer. And computer is just one arm on the armpit and then one on your chin.
One arm across and
and then some people call this the think about it. But you can go on this, you go, combine with a head tilt, soften it, right? Straight up is a little bit straight, and soften it.
Is that what a head tilt does? It softens.
It just softens it. Okay, I feel what you're going through. And the reason they call it computer is I'm processing what you're saying. I'm leaning in. I'm showing you that I'm processing. As opposed to sometimes we're unaware. We don't move our face and then we just sit there and we're talking and we're like this.
Yeah.
And they don't know if you're there. The sensitivity is when you sense heightened emotion. So if they start to get a bit frustrated, you can show them with your body too. A beautiful pose. The final one is distractor, which is a pattern break. It's an auditory and visual pattern break. For example, if you're on stage and you're talking and you've gone on a tangent, I've done this, maybe you've done it, and you realize the audience, they're all on their phones. Instead of you can execute distractor and do distractor to get their attention back. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I've gone down that tangent. Let me bring you back an analogy. So auditory, in that there's a clap involved. Visual, in that I'm shooing bees. Imagine me shooing bees as I was doing that. So clap and shooing bees. There's an auditory and visual pattern break that now allows me to get your attention back. If you're doing this more than once in the presentation, you need to work on your rehearsal process. You need to work on you delivering the presentation.
I want to test real quick how these test things work.
Applies to when you're making video clips for social media. So many of us are building personal brands and generating content, but we make boring, unengaging videos.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
I
you come
do.
to life. I'm coming to life visually. What we're seeing here is I'm coming to life vocally and visually. Here's where people get stuck again. They go, but that's not me.
Yeah.
Do you think right now I'm watching these games and I'm loving it? It's just I'm so addicted to it. Jimmy's doing great. And do you think Jimmy talks like that in his everyday life? Do you think he goes home and he says to his partner, and next we're going to go to dinner, and for dinner you're going to have 3 choices? He doesn't talk like that, but he understands that in that context, for that medium, the message I'm trying to communicate, I have to play my instrument differently to achieve the outcome that I desire. And you're going to have to do the same thing in your life, whereas people are addicted to this idea of there's only one me.
Do you know what's interesting? Is I think there'll be a certain cohort of people listening that just go, "Oh, God, this is so."
I know.
It's so much. It's it sounds so exhausting. And I just can't be bothered. Then I can't. But you must have heard this before.
I've heard it before, and I share with them that the idea of influence.
Oh, what the heck?
I understand that takes work. It's like saying, "I want to become the best basketballer in the world," but that's too much work.
So it's the deal. If you want this,
then
this is how you.
This is how you do it.
Yeah. The world has really changed, especially in the last couple of years post-pandemic, and much of our communication now takes place on video calls, Zoom, Google Hangouts, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
How do the rules that you've said and you've talked about today apply or not apply to when I'm doing my Zoom meetings?
Yeah. It's even more important online. Because the moment you sit in front of a camera and you're not a creator, what happens? The moment it's unnatural, what happens to you? Because it's weird sitting in front of a webcam. What happens to you, do you think?
You lose yourself a little bit.
Yes. Yeah. Everything drops. All of your vocal foundations disappear.
So what do I need to be thinking about to be effective? Do I need the most effective person on my Zoom calls? Because I do worry sometimes. I do worry because I have big investment meetings and stuff with startups or founders that I'm in the process of trying to do a deal with. And I think, God, if we do this on Zoom, it might not be so good. I might come across worse. I feel like I'll come across better in person. So I often move the meeting to in person.
And then sometimes it's not always convenient, right?
It's never convenient because you've got to drive somewhere and fly somewhere. So I'd rather be effective on Zoom.
Nothing will replace this. That's why I flew here from Australia. Nothing will replace this. If we did this virtually, it's not the same. But when you have to do it virtually, you have to give more of yourself. If you want them to feel valued, you have to adopt the mindset of generosity. I'll explain. We often think of generosity as the first form of generosity, which is money. Easiest form of generosity to grasp. And then you think about it for a bit more. You go, oh, it's time.
Why is it empty though?
Cool. And then when you think about it for more, often people don't think about the third form of generosity, which is energy. That's what the third form is. Because right now with you, I'm being generous with my energy. I'm choosing to do this, Stephen. I'm choosing to do it because I want to connect with you. Because I want to be able to share the knowledge, and I want to be able to do this. Whereas there's a part of my brain that's like, jet lag, you're tired, just back off a little bit. Who cares? All good. Whereas I'm now being generous with it. And online, you have to be so conscious of that. You have to be so much more generous with your energy. Because naturally, when you're sitting in front of a camera, you feel weird. And then all of a sudden, it's like my wife. When she watches me run my classes, she goes, I can't be in the same room because I feel like you're being too much. And I am. Because when I'm teaching my classes online, 400 or 500 people, I bring a much bigger version of myself to that class. I'm bringing a much bigger version than this. And then my poor wife sitting there, she goes, oh, is this overdoing it? Is overdoing it? But to every single student on that class with me virtually, oh, Vin, this is so engaging. It's so beautiful to see how much zest you have for what you do. And afterwards, I'm exhausted. But it's a choice I'm willing to make to be masterful with what I do in that moment. Now make sure your camera placement is well placed. A lot of people, when they appear on Zoom, all you see is their head. Now that makes you less visually dynamic. Whereas this is why you need the external mic. Push the laptop back, external camera, wider lens. Let them see your whole torso. Yeah, I love this. This is so important. I learned this from Vanessa Van Edwards, where you brought her on.
Oh yeah,
it's such a powerful concept where it's the idea of proxemics, where there's the study of distances. Most people, when they appear on Zoom, they appear in the intimate space. And the intimate space is when your head is right next to your partner at night when you're doing pillow talk. And that's how you appear on Zoom. And when you appear that close, you feel self-conscious. Everybody else goes, oh, that's a bit... So if you all of a sudden now learn to appear in the personal and social space, which means they can see your full torso, that people feel more comfortable, but now you also have access to your hand gestures. Light yourself well. Okay. And something very simple. If you're doing Zoom meetings all the time and it's critical for you in your work, then learn 3-point lighting. Right? 3-point lighting. You've got that going on right here. Right? And if you don't know what it is, if you just searched it, you'd find it. Which is essentially 3-point lighting. You've got a key light, you've got a fill light, and you've got a hair light behind you. Right?
Okay, so there's a light behind you.
Yes.
There's one on the side here.
Yes.
And there's one in the front. Is that what you mean?
Yes. 3 key lights.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So as again, they technically call, my videographers teach me all this, where they say, oh, you need a key light, you got to have a field light, then you got to have a backlight. At the moment I did that on my Zoom calls, I just looked different to every single other person who appeared on that Zoom call.
Interesting.
I'm just clearer, I'm crisper, right? And this is, again, if you want to take it to the next level.
I want to take it to the next level.
All right, then great. Then get a better quality camera too. Don't rely on the laptop camera.
Okay.
Right. A lot of people do this who are creators. You just get a nicer webcam, minimum 1080p. So you look sharper, you look clearer, and you're well lit.
Okay.
Now you look better.
Done.
Perfect. Get an external mic.
Okay.
Because if you spend all of your time working on all of these wonderful vocal foundations, and if you've got a shitty microphone, and then you talk, you've lost there again.
And get fucking good Wi-Fi while you're
Yes, please. Oh, Australia needs to listen to this as well.
fiber optic.
Yeah, 100%. And then all of a sudden now, so your visual looks good, auditory is looked after, and don't be afraid to bring a bigger version of yourself.
So much of this is about identity, isn't it?
It is.
We're like, so many of us, including me, we're trapped in our identity, like who we think we are. Do you know one of the really remarkable things that always reminds me how like BS, our communication style and our identity by way of this is just different accents.
Yes.
The fact that someone can live in an area and they can be Scouse, or they can live in another area and they sound completely different, like they're from New York or something. And it just goes to show that we're just like, it's so contagious and easy to blend in with one's environment.
I remember experiencing a negative experience with accent when I started to improve my articulation and I wanted to improve my pronunciation. Everybody around me was saying, "You're trying to be British. I'm really trying so hard to be British." I'm like, no, I'm just trying to improve my articulation. Right? I used to slur my words all the time. Being an Aussie, we use so much slang. Yeah, I was going up, I didn't want to. Right? And I could get that to a point where you won't even understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I was going up, I didn't want to. Yeah, no. Didn't want to. Right? Whereas I didn't pronounce my T's. And then when I did pronounce my T's, instead of saying 3, I would say 3. Can I have 3 of those? And that's how I used to talk. And I didn't realize by talking like that, people were making judgments about my intelligence.
After I completed the Google UX design certificate, I ended up landing a job in about 3 months. One of the great things about the certificate was they teach you how to build a portfolio and show that, hey, everything that I learned, I can apply it.
Train online for jobs in one of 6 fields. Enroll today.
And I was like, what? I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that this was happening. And all I was doing, and again, people try to keep me the same because of identity. That's not how you should sound, Ben. That the mold you are is your fault, mate. What are you doing? Why are you trying to be this British Australian? And I just said to them, because when I speak like that, it creates the wrong perception.
Just doing some things in the background.
On me as a result of that.
There are some accents that experience more discrimination than other accents. They did a study in 2006. It was a survey of the Charter Institute of Personal and Development, found that 76% of employers admitted to discriminating against candidates based solely on their accent.
We judge a book by its cover, don't we? We have that. I have a thought though. My thought is, and this is what I believe, is that I don't believe accents are a problem. I believe articulation and pronunciation are. Why do you think people from the UK are smart? There's this perception of it. Don't you get that? Where you're sophisticated. James Bond. It's because you articulate it. Especially the ones that make it to the movies. Right? We see it's because of that, and you can have that level of sophistication and intelligence, and you can radiate that intelligence with any accent. I have students from India who, the moment they improve their articulation, it's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with your accent. For the longest time, they said my accent is a problem. I said, no. It's not a problem. The problem is, and here's where we go deep. Your whole life, you've learned the mouth movements to speak the Indian language. Then when you go speak the English language, you're now using Indian mouth movements to speak the English language, which are the wrong set of mouth movements to speak this particular language, but no one teaches us this. And I use the Vietnamese mouth movements to speak the English language, therefore, accent and lack of clarity. So what did I have to do? Learn the set of English mouth movements. Completely changed me.
How do you do that?
Speech pathologist.
Oh, really? Yes.
I had to go see a speech pathologist, yeah. I struggled with this, Stephen, my whole life. That's why when people look at me now, very easy to assume, oh, he's born with the gift of the gab. And the reality, I was born quite gabless. Yeah. And I share that because it is a skill that anybody can learn. When you say to me, you can't do this, you can't do that, to me, I hear, oh, then I speak with my hands in my pockets and I'm stuck that way for the rest of my life. Take them out. Take it out. It's just a behavior.
Yeah, I mean, when you told me that your English was your third language, I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
Because there's no remnants. There's usually a remnants of the language you spoke before.
Yeah.
There's like no evidence of it.
Because this has become the primary language that I speak the majority of the time now.
But even so, my mother, she spoke in, I guess she's Nigerian, so she spoke Nigerian for her childhood, moved to the UK when she was, I think, late teen years, so maybe early 20s. But there's always been the remnants of Nigerian, and she's almost 60 now, so that's 40 years. Is that just because she hasn't tried to?
Well, I think it's linked to identity.
Right.
I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose that connection. I don't want to lose that sound. It's why, again, most people don't change the way they sound throughout the entire course of their life.
I'm not saying she should, because there is something about your origin that gives you a little bit more.
That's right.
Something a little bit more interesting. But when I look at some of the research, it shows that in terms of employment opportunities,
I would love that study to be done in a way where the people who are speaking with accents have incredible articulation and pronunciation, as opposed to them speaking with poor articulation and pronunciation. There's a big difference.
Research indicates that individuals who use non-standard speech patterns, such as African American vernacular English, often face negative perceptions regarding their intelligence, competence, they have worse housing opportunities, and they have worse legal outcomes. It's a profound adverse reaction just from how you speak. It's a real unfairness, like an injustice, isn't it?
It is. It's like when I was, and it's one of those things where it's super weird. I remember when I was becoming a professional speaker, some of my peers who were also Asian, I remember them saying to me, they said, hey, it's going to be really hard, man, right? Because that's for the Caucasian man with white hair, the game you're about to play. And at the time I had blonde hair, right, as an Asian guy. And they're like, there's this thing called a bamboo ceiling. And I was like, what the hell is a bamboo ceiling? I've never heard of this before. He goes, oh, it's a ceiling specifically for Asians, because it's a bamboo ceiling. It's a ceiling we can't get past, so we call it a bamboo ceiling, right? And again, it's real, right, for many. And I believed it to be real. And for as long as I believed it to be real, I didn't try. I didn't try to go for those gigs with these big Fortune 500 companies. I didn't, because I was like, there's a bamboo ceiling, I can't do it. And I remember this quote from Steve Martin that truly inspired me, where it's, be so good they can't ignore you. And then there was a chapter while I was here, I said, you know what? Fuck it. There is no bamboo ceiling for me. All right? I refuse to acknowledge that there is this damn thing. I'm just going to get so good at my damn craft. I'm going to get so good at being on stage. I'm going to duct tape bloody GoPros together and learn this game minute by minute. And I was able to soar in my career to a place where I never could go. And I had those limitations placed on me all my life. All these different labels placed on me all my life, Stephen. And when I choose to believe in them, they had so much power over me. And when I chose not to at times, some of them weren't even real. And I was creating myself by speaking about them all the time. And I couldn't believe where I was able to go with my speaking career. The stages I was able to get on, these companies I was able to work. I said, is this even real? Do they know I'm from the northern suburbs of South Australia, Adelaide?
That's wild that you went from not speaking the language to being paid millions to speak the language and to teach other people how to speak it.
Yeah, that's my best friend says that all the time. He goes, it's the most hilarious thing in the world. And I hope that becomes a point of inspiration. That it doesn't matter if English is your only language, second, third, fourth, or fifth. These are just a series of behaviors that anybody can learn. And if this is what you want.
Actually, it's even more extreme because you were bullied for not being able to speak the language, so much so that you had to move to 5 different schools.
Yeah.
And now you earn millions from speaking the language and teaching others how to speak it. Probably some of the same people that would have bullied you.
I actually had some of them reach out, which was crazy. It was crazy.
What was that?
Yeah, well, there was a bully that stole a bike from me. And broke my heart. My mum and dad worked for months to buy me that bike. It was 280 Australian dollars, which was huge during the 90s. It was an incredible BMX bike with stunt pegs and everything. And I probably found out where I lived and stole it and reached out 25 years later to apologize.
You asked him for that fucking
That's why I thought he was going to give me that fucking bike back, but he didn't. And what was crazy was it was so beautiful because of the good vibes I've been able to put out. He saw who I had become, and I thought it was so man of him. I respected him so much for that. And I think a part of me needed it too. Where he reached out and said, hey man, he's like, I'm so sorry. And I said, hey, I can't thank you enough for this. Because there's been pain in my heart that I haven't been able to resolve. And you've just resolved some of that for me when you apologized and said sorry. Because my mum, again, it was just so meaningful to me, that bike. You know, and again, I was so happy. I was so blown away that he apologized. It was really beautiful.
When dealing with people like bullies, workplace bullies, people that are insulting you or patronizing you, what is the best technique conversationally to disarm them or to, to stop them from doing it or to come out on top per se, whatever that might mean?
The simplest version of that for me is to use improvisation. Yes, and instead of disagreeing with you, I will humorously agree with you. And again, I'm not sure this is the best thing in the world people should do, but I diffuse this very simply because I've had it happen to me all my life. Whether they say to me, and it doesn't give them a leg to stand on. They go, oh, you're an idiot. I'm like, yeah, I'm a bit clumsy at times. I know that. And they don't know where to go with that after that. When they go, oh, yeah, and you're stupid. You go, you know what? I've done so many stupid things in my time as an entrepreneur. If you've seen some of it, oh, I hope you haven't seen all of it.
What's the yes and technique?
The yes and is just when you acknowledge what they're saying and you're just building on top of it, right? It's like, yes, and you're right. Sometimes I can't be it requires you to remove your ego, though. Because, again, and you have to be okay with that because we're all flawed human beings.
Aren't you letting them win there in that situation?
It depends on how you define win. To me, I'm just not going to be hooked into this. Whereas before, I would defend myself. I'm like, oh, what have I done that made you think that? But I'm not interested. If you're not in the, I love this quote from Brene Brown, what she says. It's I think from Theodore Roosevelt. If you're not in the arena with me, I'm not really that interested in your feedback.
What if you, on the Dragon's Den? On the Dragon's Den, there's 100 pitchers a year. They come into the den, 5 of us dragons here. We're interrogating them. We're asking them difficult questions. Based on what you know about communication, how should they handle our critiques and our challenges? Is it that yes and thing? Because what's the opposite of yes and?
The opposite of yes and is yes but. Right? And the classic scenario is if you said something to them simple as, and I remember sharing this with one of my clients where I saw in their calls, when people were arguing with them about their prices, they would say, yes, but the reason we're more expensive is because we spend a lot more on R&D and we update our software all the time. So all of a sudden, when you say yes, but, you're taking your conversation to a negative direction. But means whatever you say, I'm going to negate that and I'm going to give you my version of reality. Whereas when you say yes and, the same thing can you can critique them and say, oh, I think your service is too expensive. Yes, and Stephen, the reason for that is because we invest in research and development. So all of a sudden, when you say yes and, you're taking it in a positive direction. You say yes, but you're taking it in a negative direction. One, we're going to build upon this and we'll work through this. One, I'm negating what you're saying. And I'm just going to share and force my version of my reality. It's a simple technique in the world of.
It's so effective, though. I see it in the den all the time. I see when my fellow dragons will be like interrogating someone and I'm watching. I watch some of them. They go, yeah, but, and they just get the person's back up. Like it's like it becomes this real antagonistic exchange. And it reminds me of Tali Sharot, who's a neuroscientist that was on my podcast, who told me they did studies where they put 2 people in these like brain scanners and they got them to agree and scan their brains. And when they agreed, their brains were illuminated. Then in the next round, they got them to disagree at a certain moment. And when they disagreed with each other in these brain scanners, their brains basically shut down because they've gone into. It's almost like you could. When I say shut down, it's like the lights went out. And so she taught me this law that I wrote about, which is called never disagree. When you say disagree,
It doesn't make sense.
doesn't make sense.
That's what yes and is so good for. Is even if you say something negative, it's all right. Even if you say that your content sucks. Yes, and I know sometimes we put out content that just misses the mark. I'm human. And then there's no fire now because we're not creating the friction to create a fire. And I again take that path because I'm just not interested in just arguing for blatant argument. I'm just not interested in that.
The other thing that people struggle with a lot, and we talked about it a tiny little bit earlier on, is starting conversations and small talk.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I think it's becoming increasingly more difficult as we become more sort of digitalized in our lives.
It requires so much courage. I feel that starting a meaningful conversation requires a lot of courage.
This sounds like a crazy fucking thing to say on a podcast in 2025. How do we start a conversation with another human being? Is there?
I've got a favorite technique that I use, and it requires courage. So you have been warned. It requires courage, and it's a simple game called High-Low Buffalo. High-Low Buffalo. I love this game. Oh, you're not aware of this again because you haven't played in the world of improv. High-Low Buffalo. High is something that's going great for you. Low, something that's not so great for you. Buffalo, something interesting.
I want to use this one, but why is it not working? This thing be even. How this thing is even working? Does test feature even work? Let me go to Discord and see if it does. Cause it's annoying. It doesn't. I have to write my own test code. Agency owner. Test suit. Not work. He says testing suit works. This is 514, so this is pretty recent. It's weird. Let me try to chat. Why does it not say anything? Chat. Say changes. Why is it doing that? Let me create a new assistant. Security. Generate test. That's cool. Oh no, what the fuck? Okay, this thing is not gonna work, is it? Why is it doing empty? Okay, it's cause call transcript. Does chat feature not work? Oh, let me see VAPI test it, because this thing is annoying the shit out of me. VAPI test it. Yeah, that shit does not work. That's so annoying. And of course, there's not video on this. Probably this 2 weeks ago. This is not. Does chat feature not work? What the heck? So annoying, bro. I have to. So annoying. It doesn't freaking work. It's not because I think it's getting the call transcript. So this chat feature doesn't. It's fucking annoying. Ugh. Do not understand the chat type is. Oh my god, let me try voice. This is so. Welcome back to let me just see how it works. I can't do voice though, it's way too expensive. So annoying, this thing can't work. No, I don't think this test suite even works. Because he never even replied what the issue was. Ugh, I don't think this thing, that's super annoying. The thing doesn't even work. Okay, I guess I have to use length views. Okay, I have to switch on to use length views because this thing does not work. So they actually have to write the whole logic for it. It's annoying. Why add something if it doesn't work? Let me see. It's not. No, what I want is test suits. Not work, not work. No, this thing does not work because I'm testing this thing. Let me confirm. Let me go to my own VAPI and confirm it doesn't work. That puts such a wrench in my plans. Nope, it's on test. Why do I have so many credits left? Yeah, and test voice chat. And let's run it. It's still running. It's still running for quite long. Might mean it's not working. I'm gonna check something out while I'm waiting. No. Said it passed. Let me see if it worked. No, it didn't really work. It just keeps saying empty, empty, empty. So I don't think it works. Yeah, it doesn't work because it's like here and it's saying empty, empty. Let me try root. Let me try voice. No, I don't want to run the test. I don't have a phone number. Do I? Phone number. It's the same. Maybe because I've had the assistant. I was still activating, that's why. Let me not run this test. Oops. I'm running it. Let me go to length fuse docs. Let me see. Hit run automated test on length fuse. So does this actually generate conversations or? Again, this I need to run. I don't have the right code for this whole evaluations. I don't need to use. It's not run. Voice test. And go to AI. Free tool or open source project. I can run automated tests, one tests on school conversation, and evals on them. And I don't think it'll be that hard to actually just write the code, so I might just do that. What's this? What's this? Blah blah blah. Is that his speech? Back at Mercy. Book at blah blah. Voice labs. Oops. Squares metrics. I guess I'm gonna use Voice Lab. So let me see. That's cool, and that's what I need. This is interesting. Maybe I'll work on this Voice Lab thing. Because they all seem like they're doing some cool stuff. I don't know which one. This one's for voice, so I'd rather use this one. Even though I'm just going to test the text point. The only thing I don't like is that I have to change the prompt to do that specific format. Do I really need to use a framework? No, it shouldn't be hard to do now, because I have to also learn how to use this fucking framework. Let me see what it has an example test. Python testing, simple test. No, this is too much work. No interruptions. But I like their just find tools for better stuff. I like their roadmap. I love this. These are things I want to implement. I mean, obviously, voice. You want to have voice analysis. I don't know what this is, but I think it's to create better personas. Or I don't know. I do not know what this is. I'll look at this later. It looks interesting. Then they have time was Tiny Trope. Okay, it's same concept as just the whole persona stuff. I wonder how much need those persona, like how accurate these persona stuffs, like if they can actually imitate like a legitimate personality or just. Then that's one thing. Analysis and audio analysis. That's one thing I thought I was thinking of, and then fine tune models for better. I think fine tunes for like also for the persona stuff, and I'm not sure it's for better analysis stuff. And then so test framework, DB agents, detail test for April textation generated. I'm gonna do something basic. I don't need to do anything too advanced, but let me write some. Yeah, I'm gonna write the code. Yeah, I'm sorry, some code. So let's write some notes on what my code should be. Let's go to Replit. I'm just gonna put some music on. Actually, no. Let me just not have any music for like 3 hours. Okay, super annoying, but I'll figure out. Okay, here notes. Okay. F this VAPI test suite stuff. Fuck yourself for not working. Okay, notes. Okay. Okay, how should I do the testing system? So the first thing we'll want is it's going to be how to simulate conversations based on I guess it'll be based on the personas we created. So that shouldn't be hard, but how to simulate conversations between two agents. So the great thing is Open Assistant API has user thread IDs, so we can use OpenAI Assistant API thread IDs for memory context. Then we'll need some looping logic to create back back and forth conversations. I want this. I need this. I want the stories conversation somewhere. So I'll probably integrate this with lang fuse to store conversations somewhere. With this API. Let me see. If I store conversations, let me see if I can use lang fuse. So it mentions like, don't think this have memory. Yeah, okay, how about this? Let me go to prompting. Let me go to side projects. Okay, question. Do you know about lang fuse? It's careful. Okay. So I need to build out a system for for conversation based AI testing. That means testing. That means I don't want 1v1 testing, but no, I don't know. I don't want one message, one response testing, but whole conversations. Conversation best. Does lang fuse allow that? Like, or no, or just one message type testing? Okay. So much work. Okay, and okay, you said it can do this. Okay. So to make this easier, can I take can I take a thread ID from OpenAI's Assistant API and store a whole conversation from that thread ID in lang fuse? Okay. So when I respond to the ID, like, okay, now I have to go down and think. So how should I do this? Put my thinking cap on. Link fuse equals link fuse, public key, use key or key, active ID. Link fuse trace. Traces can want to. Where is the doc for documentation? Where? Oops. Where is the doc for traces? Oops. I want to see where is Tracy. Where's DCMP? I mean, where's DCY? I mean again. Damn, this looks so much. Where's DCY? Disappointed with that. I have no idea what this means. What the hell does this even freaking mean, bruh? Alright, let's go back to it. I don't know what that means. Okay, so what I want to go and see what is tracing. Okay, here, bet. Send multiple traces, sessions on weight, group traces. And then directing get started by adding session ID when you start a trace, add trace ID, add your update trace. This can be any string. So length fuse, get client, add the current trace, your session ID return. Set session you incur any root again. Okay, so the first thing I should do here is actually where is it? Where's my replit notes? Asian changes contacts. Okay. Oops. Yeah, copy. Can you write me code logic for this? Okay, I have to do. Do I have to really create an assistant ID for each? I have to create an assistant for each persona. I just want to fill up my assistant so much, but whatever. So you have one. Oh, yeah, you have two threads, I guess. Yeah, you have two threads, I guess. So max term limit for here. So where do you put the term limit? Okay, it's smart. So let me see how it works. So equals send thread ID, last message, print, divide, press, applies. Okay. So test apply. Thanks. Okay, open SNIP. Why do you add it here? Make create new assistant IP. API toolkit. So where's the API? I completely forgot one. VAPI challenge 2. VAPI challenge V2. Create. Copy. System ID. Okay. And let's create a system ID here. So let's create one of the. Let me copy this. So I was going to use this for something. Or was I? That should be already in here. So I don't need to copy that. That's prompt, that's voice validation. So let me actually copy these voice validations. Check giving us publishers. I'll copy this. Notes. And I go docs. Eval. Voice persona. Voice persona. Okay. And do persona creators. Okay, let's do this one. Clear thread. Let's give it. Okay, and let me see, where should I take Persona 1? I want to use the, goal scenario, calls and end result. Harry, exchange center. Okay. I don't think we understand the scenario, but whatever. Persona. America. Persona 1. Use this Persona. So, what responses you should generate. Generate. Okay, American V Persona. Which one is A? A is doesn't matter. I think A will be the persona, and B will be the American Invest Agent. And then initial message will be the first message from that assistant. What the fuck? Why is it red? I don't know, why is it complaining about? Yeah, whatever. Okay, max terms for the message. Who sent the initial message? Last message equals here. Well, okay. Who's sending the last message though? Equals reply B. So reply B. So assume the assistant. So assistant will send. So let me switch these. Okay. Do the shell. Pipeline. Test that by. Let's see. Taking a while. Was it slow or is there a bug? System sketch and who do I talk about it? No, it shouldn't. It's not supposed to do that. Yeah, I got in your email somewhere. It's repeated. Okay. So it's not generating. It's not generating. There's some dynamic responses. Why is it not generating dynamic responses? So we'll send a message, get a system response, thread ID, run, create poll, thread ID. So let me see. Does it mention thread? It mentions thread ID. I think first, so that's exactly, yeah. So it's, I think because that's exactly the same message. So I don't think it's the conversation history. I think it's the last message. If I break equals for next turn, last message equals. And so okay, let me see how this works. Open third, create the ID equals message one, run. Create the ID equals role user, the ID for the ID equals D for message reverse data assistant. I don't have this code, but I'm so lazy, right? Code is sending the same message back and forth. Let break down what each code line is doing step by step. So our choosing different personalities. Those are initial search the conversation. Next thing that's fine. It takes system ID, the thread, as an image thread, the human user set it. To systems user message. Okay, here's. Now I'm confused. Wait, I'm a bit confused. So each one is using their own thread. So shouldn't that message be sent to them? Because they should each use their own thread. Each use their own thread. But before a generate response, the assistant's previous response should always be inputted inside the system context. Are you not doing that? Okay, I need to really because it's. I mean, whatever it's saying, it's not. I don't think it's accurate. My brain is so done. So, okay. So where are you getting? So there has to be two threads user. So which one? Because that's where the content. So where's content being equal to? Okay. Okay. The first question. Okay. Okay. My first question is how is the message generated AI being inputted into the OpenAI's context? Like I only see one thread ID value mentioned. How are you in? Does it use? This is def send message. No, okay, I'm being retarded. So, okay, each one is a role user. I'm being so my brain is so dead. Thread the user content. Okay, so that they call that function every time, and it'll pass that thread ID. They pass that thread ID. Where is the assistant? So they'll pass that thread ID. They'll pass that message as content. And they'll pass user. Okay, and they'll run that message with the thread ID and assistant ID. Okay, and then message equals open a list 30D for message and reverse message data. They will return zeros. Okay. I see okay, I see the issue. Okay, I see, okay, I see the issue with this code. Why do they have why do they have a separate? I guess he was right. Why do they have a separate thread ID? One AI is gonna imitate. Well, no, they do have to have a separate. Because the user one has to have message history too. Why am I so confused? So Oh, that's why. No. So no. Okay, that is true. So okay. So what's supposed to? No, what's supposed to happen? Let me map this out. So we have two users talking. Let me write notes. So what we need, how to map this out is that we have two assistants. One assistant messages the other assistant. Oh, okay. One message message. This is completely spelled wrong. One message messages the other assistant. So how does the assistant? Okay. Happening. So what should happen is that when assistant A generates a response, it should be a user. It should be specified as a user message to assistant B. When assistant B generates a response, it should be an assistant message to user A. It should be it should be assistant. It should be a user message. I don't know why I can't spell assistant right. I'm so retarded. A. This is how it should work. I'm gonna the whole code. I changed. Make sure you got it right. The whole code. Hopefully it fixes the issue. Okay. Oops. The same thing. Then I should also prompt the first message, yeah. I need to sit down here and actually look at this code. And stop being an idiot. Okay. So, okay, third B, run assistant, create. Here, 30, third ID equals third ID, assistant ID equals assistant ID, message equals full thread. Why is it not? Why is it not sending the message like before? No, not the right way. So what I want is every time this message is run, I don't want to be run as a user. So first of all, this thing should let's have them create. Let's have them have set. Let's see. So content. So this is the content sends. This is the role. This is the third ID. Okay, right. Okay, role, third ID, system ID. Every message in reverse. This message. Yeah, let's see. What does this one do? Use. Yeah. Okay, let me think. Because what it does is every time I input a user thread, oops. I wish I could just get the logic right the first time because this logic thing hurts my head so much. Okay. And a mutual assistant. So we'll have whatever the last message is. We'll have the last message. Okay. I'll have its third ID. Okay, I'll send that third ID message information list. What is it? It's not returning anything. If return. This calls open activity to timer. Why is it? Why? I'm so confused. Okay, I'm so confused. All user message should be doing that first. Yeah, let's clean this. Let's do this one by one actually. So the first thing we need is that first. So the first thing is assistant A is going to send. I'm trying to figure out what logic. Let me do the logic first. I have to do the function first. So the first thing is we need is that when assistant generates a message, message. It sends that message as a user message to the other assistant. Okay, that's what. Okay, I'm being dumb with this. Okay. So this what we need to do. So assistant B. No. Okay, no, that's not how we do it. That's what we need to do. So assistant doing this function. So assistant A will be the first to talk. What happens is that we send assistant A message as a user message to assistant B. We then take the message assistant B regenerates and send that over as a user message to assistant B. Not sure if we need one or two functions for this, but that's the first functionality. You need set. Bring that down so the comment is. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that works. So that one. So let me see. Let's see if this basic logic works. This is supposed to. This won't loop, but at least I want to make sure and test this logic first. is it complaining about? How's my test? What the heck? What? What's it talking about? What is it even talking about, bro? Let me check this. What is it talking? My phone should still work. I mean, what the fuck? I'm just trying to replace my key. I'm not sure what the freak is happening here. Okay, what the fuck? Yeah, then what the hell is the thing? What is the thing complaining about? API, what is shit here? Did it not use third A properly? I don't know, didn't update anything. Of course, it failed. Still didn't work. Didn't work. You're referencing. Let me see. Let me reference it the way. You're getting third drawing. Is it? Let me see. No, she need that because I'm doing that. New OpenAI. Version. Yeah. Actually. Okay. How do you do this again? Oh my gosh. That worked. Okay. So that does that. Now I just need to add the looping part. That's third B. So third B. So okay, so then release. Where is it getting thread ID? So that value should be thread ID. So let me. Is it not? And it looks like it's getting the history. Is it just repeating? Looks like, let me see. Oh, it did. It looks like it did. I just can't. It's hard to tell. Okay, so it's not the. So it's the AI agent. Okay, so it's. I think it's not getting the proper user message. Um. 30. Hmm. Okay, so the what the assistant is showing as its reply is different than what it's actually generating as its reply. That's weird. Uh, Mm. Don't know. I don't. Is that? You don't even, I don't know why it's so hard for it to understand the issue. It's just so simple. So let's see. Why is it? I think it's point. So this is probably the issue. This is probably the issue. So, Like I'm just using a demo model. What is it sending here? I'm so confused. He doesn't talk like you. We're like, what? Talks like this. Okay. It's just online. It's happening here. Huh. It's not. So this is the box. So it says, yeah, I got your email. So I don't think it's an issue. So this. Here it is. So it's got the code. You're not locking the corrected value from message.com. Why? No. So sorry. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is I don't before you weren't getting the latest reply from yeah. We need to get that from this. What? Uh, Choose ranks. Okay, so this isn't. Okay, so I go back. It didn't work. Oh, I gotta sit down. Okay. Okay, and yeah, why is it doing that? So, why is this so hard? Never should be enough. Also, Why is this? This doesn't work. Oh, this is so hard. I hate this. This shouldn't have. Their response shouldn't be the same. Goodness. So what's happening here is I'll just be happy though. Why is it not? It's just so weird. Third-eye. Is it because I'm not equal something? Hmm. Okay, that's the weight. I think I know why. Is it not? Is it not weight? It gets some. Yeah, let me add sleep logic here and see if that's the case. Same thing. So that's not what I do. So that's not what I want. I don't need checks. Debugging. And for what I can do. Okay, but the response. No, so this you're giving this wrong because this gives me this. So new you are just not pulling over, just not. No. Because it was doing reverse messages, is that the whole reason why? I was listening. Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Okay, so that's working. The B is just still responding to something else. And I wonder if it's. Let me try. So reverse stuff is weird. I don't know if it matters for here, but it matters for here. Now it's finally working. Finally. So it's finally. Ooh, it's finally working. So I guess the whole issue that I was debugging for 5 hours is because I literally use code AI to generate my code, and that AI did some stupid reverse messaging crap. Let's see if I go here. Well, actually, no. Yeah, I did this stupid reverse. Damn. So that was effing me up the whole time because I use AI. Wow, that's wild. And instead of speeding up the process for me, AI made it made it like a 4 hour debugging session or 5 or whatever. That's crazy. Okay, what is the next step? So I know the test stuff is working. So what would be nice if I can save this all in LangFuse. I'm gonna go to LangFuse real quick. How can I save? How can I take a whole conversation I had from a thread ID in OpenAI and push it to LangFuse so I can save conversations there? That's the whole thing. Damn. How can I take a whole conversation saved in my thread ID with Open API, Assistant API, OpenAI, and OpenAI Assistant API, and save that in LangFuse. Okay. So what I can have is that I don't need this. Have this conversation finish. Conversation finish. What else would I have? I'll have conversation finish. And then let's go to LangFuse. I'll just take the one for thread A because I don't need both. It's not client, it's OpenAI. OpenAI beta dot. I don't need this order, thread ID. I don't need to take the last assistant value. Those rule, message rule, content, message content. That for message and log data. Do not need to take the last value. Yes. Correct. Where do I set my API key, or do I set my API key? And where do I set like what specific data set? It's attached to. That's a freak. Oh shit! Thank you for a bill with VAPI deadline extended to June 15th. Oh, what the freak? Oh shit! Oh shit! Hey, pushing it too. But no. Damn, I'm still gonna push it anyways. I'm still gonna push it. I think the goal is gonna be try to finish everything finish as much as possible by tomorrow. So I'm probably gonna be for like I'm probably not gonna go down to like 4 or something, 4 or 5 or whatever. Because I mean, that was kind of the goal. That's awesome though. If you endless career screens with we can our value based building this kind of blah blah. VAPI Inception built. He knows VAPI's OG. Inside, fill out forms and clicking through endless configuration screens. What if let me actually show you what I'm looking at as well. So I'm assuming this is using like the VAPI MCP probably. Competition. So I need to lock in. Very nice. Okay. That's a picture of you. Where's the stuff? Let me see, because I'm confirmed on. Let me see Discord. Let's see. Where's announcements? I'm not sure if that's like a. Which move? And they say temperature taking the temperature is persistently seeing roll issues unacceptable. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I don't see any announcements, so that's the issue. VAPI build challenge. Mm, mm, I don't know if this is accurate or not. Okay, can we publish? It is accurate though. They updated the whole thing. Okay. Well, regardless, I'm planning to finish most of what I can in 2 days, and then that just gives me a lot of time to kind of improve it as much as possible, make it as production ready as much as possible. What's a prize one? So they have creative use cases. I think if I do have a chance, it'll probably be more real world applications. All right. Now let's go continue. Let's see. So keys. So I already have this set up. Where is it? I already set this up before, I think. Where did I set this up? Main pie. It's not even changing. Now I can remove this extra shit. Okay. The length fuse. Test by length fuse. See you. Length fuse generation. What the heck is that yelling? Okay, length fuse, client generation. I have to import losses. Let's go. Okay, touch the. Okay, trace. No, where is it? Didn't this be the trace ID? Where did you put the trace ID? You just changed it to what it was, right? Okay, life client generation. This is so ugly, but I'll clean it up. I'll make it clean up for me. Is this correct? Is this correct? And if not, can you clean it up? Can you clean it up a bit? Nice. Man, there are all these other mention like conversation or or the model that usage input messages assistant responses. Do I not need to mention them? Do I not need to mention them anymore? Okay, these are like the run IDs. Oh, wow. I still don't get it. That's me. I don't want to. I already took it. The values I needed. Okay. Okay. Last question. Last question. Okay, it has that right there. I'll go to that later. Last question. Can I click on this without it taking me? Actually, what libraries should I install or add in my code. Better. Try satisfied. So what it was showing, I don't think I even have to do it the way it was showing. I think there's a better way to do it. Let me look at this. So I want to create an assistant. What time is it? So I gotta lose time for anchor assistant. Verb, run assistant, thread, run, I need. Uh, I'm not sharing my screen anymore. I forgot that. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Just want to check something real quick. Oops. At work. Here. Where's the FHA API? What does that mean? Oh, I am sharing. I know that. Okay, here. I have to watch this later because I'm flipping. What's this? No, I just realized I could use this. Just I'm gonna have to wrap what I built into because that just makes it more VAPI. So I'm gonna have to wrap what I built into this new future. Oh, wow. I have to change this. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Wow, I'm gonna have to completely what I did for like hours, which I can pretty much do since they moved the deadline. But yeah, I'm gonna switch to using VAPI. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'm gonna have to switch to using. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Connect that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and then come back to working. And I'm still gonna do the links view stuff first, and then just want to see those that work, and then I'll come back and I'll kind of reiterate. So many tabs open on. I'll kind of reiterate on the using the VAPI chat stuff they have. I'm gonna use that. No, I'm not. Damn, I look like a slob, bruh. I didn't realize I was on. I forgot I was on stream and or watching the 8 hours. Trying to look good lights. My screen real quick. Where's my phone? Need to clean up after this. Yeah, should put that. Mm. Where's my phone? Okay, there it is. Damn. Mm. Friday.
I'm gonna put some music on. You know, you won't be able to hear it. I'm gonna put some music on.
Oh, mhm. Oh, oh, one more I think. It seems like it doesn't just for one response. I want to put the whole concept inside it. Hmm. Okay, call one trade. Well, I'm gonna say, having this. Okay. Let me run this up and center. I completely read that wrong. I thought that was so by
Ooh. Okay. Oh,
Oh. Mm. Mm. So, accents, huh? Voodoo. Let's see. Mm. Mm. Yeah, just thinking a bit. Mm. 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 Uh, Is it? It's not getting the session, bro.
Yeah, I'm dumb. Mm. True. Bet, finally. And never run the same thing again. Okay. Okay, nice. Now I just need to set chat. I want to set the VAPI chat stuff.
VAPI chat. Ooh, .py. Okay, same logic. I remove all this blah 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 shit. So let me go watch this video thing. Should be a GitHub. The blurb is the link. And might as well share the tab. Actually, I can't. Well, actually, what I should do is use my brain and put it here. And man, so many open tabs. Oops, wrong one. Yeah.
Hey, today we're releasing. Sweet, so that's how you use that. Let me show you how to use this in our SDK and then how to stream the response and how to use this in your OpenAI code. But first, before that, let's just quickly walk through the API specs so you know all the properties. Okay, so the first is the input, self-explanatory, and then we have the assistant ID. This is if you already have an existing assistant, you can pass that into this chat with the ID. That's what we just did in the example. Or if you want to create an assistant just for your new chat, you can create a new assistant object. And this is standard across all of our other endpoints, but you can take a look at this. And then the name of the chat if you'd like, and whether or not you'd like to stream the response from the chat, then the previous chat ID. So I just showed this in the example as well, but every time you create a chat, you're going to get an ID in the response, and you can use that to continue a new chat from the previous chat with the previous chat's context. Okay, let's try this out in the SDK. So this is just very standard, assistant ID, and then my input. This assistant has access to a docs query tool, so it can query our documentation. Get a response. Okay, there you go. So That's the response from it. That was a little bit slow, so I'd want to stream that and do your work, chat app, let's say, and it's using OpenAI there.
That's for GitHub. Don't know. No, L-type script. Hmm. I'm still that copy code that she shows here. I wanted to just copy and paste it, but in here. And let me start using. What am I doing? No, am I starting? What the freak? No, am I? Oops. Okay, so sorry. No. Oh, I need to turn that to Python. Sorry, got turn it. Turn it to Python. I'm trying to API call. What the freak? Or was that already? No, it wasn't API call. You should know. Oh, Hmm. It's an unexpected word. Name its token. We don't have no attributes. Just really go to actually the docs. What does it have in Python? That's lame. Okay, whatever. Do what you ask. That's super slow though. What's the heck? Incredibly slow, but I like how slow it is, but it doesn't really matter. It's gonna be right in the background. That is great. That's pretty much it. I think I ended where I kind of wanted to finish at. So, peace out. Ooh.